All right, so we just hit the 24-hour mark. 30,000 packages in 24 hours. Non-stop autonomous work from Figure version 3. Give me just a second. All right, I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I am back. So we just witnessed the first ever live 24-hour stream broadcast of a humanoid robot working autonomously. So this is Frank, the humanoid robot. They named him yesterday. This is a company called Figure. It's based out of Sunnyvale, California. And their humanoid is working autonomously for 24 hours straight, 7 days a week for this week. They're broadcasting it live. I'll be right back. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, Scooby Dooby Gooby, are you still there? Says you're willing to teach one how to stick frame a house and do concrete and concrete blocks. Where can I get one? Well, these are not ready yet. They're not available for sale yet. They will be going on lease sometime this year, according to Brett Adcock, the CEO. And these are probably going to be really expensive due to the autonomous nature of them. It's not going to be like the Chinese humanoids that you can get for under 20,000, but they're remote controlled. These are not remote controlled. These work autonomously. So this is the version 3 of Figure's humanoid robot. Brett, the CEO, he announced that they're going to be releasing version 4 potentially this year. And he's just saying that it's going to blow you away with the capabilities. It has a certain payload capacity. So if you're looking at lifting concrete blocks, it may not be able to. So I can tell you the payload here. It's 20 kilograms. Let me convert that. So 44 pounds. So it can lift up to 44 pounds. And the battery life is 5 hours. But if you start lifting more weight, you're probably going to diminish that life. And my guess is these are going to cost above 50,000 each, potentially in the 100,000s. Think about Boston Dynamics Spot, the robot dog. That's about $150,000. Stick frame, potentially. Let me see. I actually worked in the truss industry for quite some time in robotics. Yeah, I'm not sure how well these will handle 2x4s with the balance and everything. That's something we haven't seen tested yet. But there is another company called Persona AI. They're working on more construction robots. And so they're going to have different modular units. The first one is going to be for welding, and they're going to be sending it out to the shipyards. They're going to be welding ships. And so the CEO just teased a little video yesterday. I can post that here. And I'll also post a link. There's my LinkedIn page. You can follow me there. So I post every day on humanoids and robotics. Not sure if you're on LinkedIn, but here is... Oh, wait a minute. So that's the CEO of Persona AI. His name's Nicholas Radford, and he just posted this video yesterday teasing their new, what do you say? They're basically the version 2 of their humanoid robot, and you only see the legs walking by in the video. But these are going to be the construction, more durable type robots. A nail gun? Yeah, I think they'll be able to handle that. Yeah, for now, I'd say for at least the next 2 years, I don't think we're going to see anything be able to handle like certain type of construction tasks anytime soon. Yeah, no, that would be awesome. Let me show you something. What's that? There is another humanoid that can actually carry wood that I just recalled. I'm drawing a blank now. I talk about that one so much, I can't think of it. Let's see. Ah, that's it. Noble Machines. Okay. Yeah, so I'll put a link. Take a look at that one. So this one is fairly new. They just announced it earlier this year. This is also a construction humanoid robot that's going to be assisting with construction related tasks like 2x4s, nail guns, helping carrying materials and tools around the construction site. There are also other companies that do allow the autonomy. There are third-party brains that connect to some of the cheaper type Chinese humanoid robots. And so there's a company called Field AI, and they essentially put their third-party brain onto like a robot dog, and it gives them full autonomy around the construction site. And they're working on being able to use this brain on humanoids as well. So you'll be able to buy some of the cheaper robots and help you with tasks around the site. I have not heard of that. What content are you saying they would be interested in? Like just the robot doing work? This is not my robot. This is a different company. Yeah, the dog with full autonomy is pretty cool. That's where That's where it really works, when you have the autonomous nature in it, because without that, you got to pre-program all the paths and use remote control. So it's not as valuable. And that's actually what makes this one more valuable, is because it has the autonomous nature. This is one of the only humanoids that can actually work like this autonomously. Even the Chinese humanoid robots, you have to train them. They have teleoperators and human people controlling them. Some of them are starting to get autonomy. They're working on their own AI internally. But Figure, they've already built their AI called Helix. And so they own their own AI. They don't have to outsource to any third parties to bring the AI in. So I have the full stats on this. So the robot is doing about one package every 2.88 seconds. And it's doing 21 packages per minute. 1,289 packages per hour. And it did in the first 8 hours 10,315 packages. So yesterday I watched 3 hours. I streamed it for about 3 hours. And very few mistakes. It does really well. Do you work in construction? I'm not sure on that. I was trying to figure that out. I've asked some people to get some of the numbers, but I haven't heard anything yet. Let me see if anybody's commented. If you want to join the conversation here. I did a post on this on LinkedIn. Oh, too many characters. I can't post that. All right, let's see. Yeah, some people commented that they've worked in the Amazon facility doing the same type of task and that humans do it way faster. But I'm not sure if they calculated breaks and fatigue, and when an 8-hour day goes by, you're not as fast as you were at the beginning. So I still wonder about the true statistics on these numbers. Let's see. 31,000 packages. 220,000. Yeah, nobody's mentioned anything on human numbers yet. Let me post this link. Oh, so you're retired? Okay. What did you do in construction? Or you might like this. This is the Terminator. This is a project I worked on. That's about right. Yeah, and these batteries get 5 hours per battery. And you can see they have two other robots in the background where they're rotating the shifts. So as that one's working, the others are charging, and it just rotates. Someone had commented, but what about all the maintenance and the costs? That's true, but what about the vacations you have to pay? I mean, it compensates. Oh, okay, framing. Cool. Did you work for a home builder, commercial contractor? Were you independent? All right, so for those who are just joining, what we're seeing here is figures, excuse me, figures version 3 humanoid robot. Let me not say sorting, but singulating packages. It's turning the boxes and packages with the label face down so they can be scanned. And it's been working 24 hours straight. This is a live broadcast. Unheard of for a humanoid company to do this because of all the risks of, falling over and investors going crazy. So they felt pretty confident to be able to do this live for 24 hours, and they're going to do it for 7 days straight. So this is just the first day. We're at 31,000 packages in the past 24 hours. And initially they were going to do just an 8-hour stream. Probably they had the 24 in the back of their mind. If it does well, they'll keep going. But, so they did the 8-hour stream, and that one ended with 10,300 packages singulated, turned over. Now we just hit the 24-hour mark, and we're at 31,000 packages. And so this is live. This is not AI. There are no human operators controlling the robot. It's all remote controlled. autonomous. It's not remote controlled. So they've developed their own AI internal at their headquarters over in Sunnyvale, California, called Helix. And so this is all autonomous. Nobody's controlling it. And one of the only humanoids that can actually work autonomously. A lot of people don't know that, but most of the humanoids you see, they're not autonomous. Not yet, at least. They will be. But right now, they're all mostly teleoperated. A lot of companies are working on their own AI now, or they outsource to a third party, like Skilled AI, Field AI. There's several companies out there now building brains that can work on a variety of robots. Whoops. I'm surprised that they didn't have someone answering questions or in the chat room. A lot of people calling it fake, but I assure you it's not fake. The companies are not going to put out, they're not going to say, look, it's autonomous, we're going to do a live stream, because the moment a client purchases or leases and they find out it's not autonomous, the whole jig is up. So they're not going to put out this grandiose claim that it's autonomous when it's not. So a lot of people are claiming it as fake, that it's, human operated. It's not. That lie would fall apart real fast. So, for the people just joining, we hit the 24-hour mark. 31,000 packages turned over with the label facing down. At the 8-hour mark, we were at 10,350 packages. So it's hitting a rate of, let's see here, let me go back to, so we did 10,315 packages sorted in 8 hours, 1,289 packages per hour, 21.49 packages per minute, and one package every 2.8 seconds. Imagine if you sat there for 8 hours turning 10,000 packages. You're going to be pretty tired. So this is the first, probably a Guinness World Book of Records, 24/7 live stream from a humanoid company. I don't think we've seen this yet. Anybody in the room, go ahead and say hi. Can answer any of your questions. Somebody says, you're fired. Because you dropped a bag or forgot to turn over a label. It doesn't happen often. There are times you gotta sit here for a long time to see any mistakes. Almost seems like that's what everybody is looking for. Is he gonna make a mistake? But it does pretty well. So this is day 2 of Figure's 24/7 broadcast. And we're covering a little bit of it. Not the entire thing, of course, but a little bit. Alright, I'll be right back. I got a call I gotta take. 1 second. Welcome back. All right, we're at 25 hours and 31,500 packages. Right, so they've been going for 24 hours straight right now. They're going to be doing this for the next 6 days. Non-stop live broadcasts of version 3 Figures Humanoid working autonomously with their own internal AI called Helix that they developed in-house at their headquarters in Sunnyvale, California. And so this is working autonomously with no human operators, no teleoperators. It's not remote controlled, but it's working fully autonomous, no supervision right now. And what it's doing is turning over the packages so that the labels can be face down. At the 8-hour mark, they were at 10,315 packages. And so 24 hours later, they're at 31,500. And so it's averaging about 1,289 packages per hour, 21.49 packages per minute, one package every 2.79 seconds. Very few mistakes. Every once in a while it'll recalibrate. Other than that, it's working pretty smoothly, non-stop. And this is probably a Guinness World Book of Records right now for the longest live broadcast of an autonomous humanoid robot. You don't see companies doing this because any little mistake, if it falls over midstream, imagine you're 2 hours into it and it falls over, there go your investors. So this is a bold move, and they felt confident enough that the robot was ready and that they could deploy it live to the world, and so here we are. If you have any questions, let me know. I do work in the robotics field. I posted a link to my LinkedIn profile. Let me go ahead and repost that. So I post daily on robotics and humanoid robotics. Everything coming out of China, everything coming out of the globe and USA. So I'm also going to be posting more on my YouTube channel here. So there's the link in the chat. You can ask me any questions. I can answer your questions here. If you have any questions on the version 3 of Figures Humanoid, they are broadcasting it, but they don't have anybody answering questions, so I can answer your questions here. One interesting thing is this is version 3. So Brett Adcock just announced that they're going to be releasing version 4 sometime potentially this year. And he said it's going to be absolutely mind-blowing. Curious to hear, is it your first time seeing a humanoid robot work? Anybody in the chat? All right, let's see here. All right, so you're going to see that it works pretty consistently. Very few mistakes. It's just flipping the boxes over, flipping the bags over, putting the label on the bottom side so they can be scanned. So we got Gary working here. They named him yesterday. And we got the others charging in the background while this one works. So it has a 5-hour battery life, depending on what it's doing on the tasks. And so I don't think they're letting the full life, I don't think they're letting it being used here fully, just because they probably don't want any mistakes. So they're swapping out a little earlier. But yeah, this is version 3. Version 4 is potentially going to be out this year, according to the CEO, Brett Adcock. And he just said in a post yesterday, let me read his post so you can hear what he said about version 4. Okay, here we go. Alright, so he stated yesterday, version 4 is by far the biggest leap we we've ever made between robot generations. The level of engineering advances in this system is on a completely different level. At Figure, engineering reviews are extremely rigorous. We start with high-level architecture reviews and work all the way down to detailed reviews on every millimeter, watt, and gram of the robot. We've engineered something really mind-blowing, and I can't wait to show the world what this team is capable of. So that was his announcement yesterday on version 4. So we're looking at version 3 here. This is the slowest you're ever going to see it. Need to update something here. All right. All right, anybody in the room? Let's interact here. Whoops. All right, let me play this in the meantime.
Oh, it's pouring. Oh, it's pouring coffee all on its own. That's incredible.
A fully autonomous robot working for us. This is the future. Fully autonomous and here to serve you.
Wow.
Go, fast latte pour.
It's pouring the milk. Look at
Lag
that.
is killing me.
What'd you do?
Hey, wait a minute. They're controlling the robot.
Why don't they tell anyone?
It's so much better when they just know. The integration is nearly complete. This will give the robot full autonomy. It can now handle real-world tasks.
In homes, factories, and construction sites.
Precisely, a new era of robotics.
They did it. The robots are fully autonomous now.
Yeah, no more need for us teleoperators. What are we supposed to do now? I don't know, just sit here, I guess. Hey, I got something for you. It's the Atlas. I want you to have it. Wow, thank you, man. This means a lot. Look at this. We're managing an entire fleet of them now.
I can't believe it.
Turns out the robots created opportunities that we never even imagined.
The truth about humanoid robots is that most are teleoperated. They still need the final intelligent brain for true autonomy. Companies like Boston Dynamics, Field AI, and Bedrock Robotics are building this now.
Oh, it's pouring coffee all on its own. That's incredible.
A fully autonomous robot working for us. This is the future. Fully autonomous and here to serve you.
Go, fast latte pour.
It's pouring the milk. Look at
Lag
that.
is killing me.
What'd you do?
Hey, wait a minute. They're controlling the robot.
Why don't they tell anyone?
It's so much better when they just know. The integration is nearly complete. This will give the robot full autonomy. It can now handle real-world tasks.
In homes, factories, and construction sites.
Precisely, a new era of robotics.
They did it. The robots are fully autonomous now.
Yeah, no more need for us teleoperators.
What are we supposed to do now?
I don't know, just sit here, I guess. Hey, I got something for you. It's the Atlas. I want you to have it. Wow, thank you, man. This means a lot. Look at this. We're managing an entire fleet of them now.
I can't believe it.
Turns out the robots created opportunities that we never even imagined.
The truth about humanoid robots is that most are teleoperated. They still need the final intelligent brain for true autonomy. Companies like Boston Dynamics, Field AI, and Bedrock Robotics are building this now.
Oh, it's pouring coffee all on its own. That's incredible.
A fully autonomous robot working for us. This is the future. Fully autonomous and here to serve you.
Go, fast latte pour.
It's pouring the milk. Look at
Lag
that.
is killing me.
What'd you do?
Hey, wait a minute. They're controlling the robot.
Why don't they tell anyone?
It's so much better when they just know. The integration is nearly complete. This will give the robot full autonomy. It can now handle real-world tasks.
In homes, factories, and construction sites.
Precisely, a new era of robotics.
They did it. The robots are fully
Alright, sorry about that. I got logged out, so I had to log back in here. So anyways, what that video is about is showing the autonomous nature of Figure's robots. And it's just a fun way of portraying how most robots are teleoperated right now. So you have these guys like hiding in the background. Yeah. Alright. Let's get back to it here. All right, so I just got to fix something here. But go ahead and ask any questions if you have in the chat. So someone mentioned, yeah, but the Boston Dynamics robot can do flips. Well, it's only done one flip that we've seen, and it didn't do that well of a job. The ones that actually do the flips well are the Chinese robots. And flips is not what's going to get you the sales. It's not what's going to bring the value. It's good for entertainment, but the value comes in the autonomous nature and the actual work that the humanoid does. All right, I'm going to have to step back again. I got logged out of something else. So let me, so you can see my picture froze there. Okay, I'm back. Appears to be frozen still, so let's get that reconnected. All right. Okay, so we're at 25 and a half hours, 32,000 packages. They've been going on for more than a day now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. I do work in the robotics industry, very familiar with humanoid robots. I post daily on robotics at mainly on LinkedIn. All right, so let's read some of the comments here. One person says, a KUKA would do that about 10 times faster at a fraction of the cost. This is not a valid business case for a humanoid. You know, I'd say maybe, maybe not. Just a second. Okay. Well, the difference between a KUKA industrial robot and a humanoid is that once you install a full automated system, you can't move it anymore. It's stuck in place and you can only use it for one task. So with a humanoid, you can change its tasks at any given moment. So today it could be doing label packaging, next day it could be pushing buttons, and another day it could be doing something else. So it's going to be more versatile. Currently they are more expensive, but the cost will be going down in the future. And they're going to get faster. They're going to get much faster. So right now this is the slowest you're ever going to see it. You're never going to see it slower than this. The next version will only get faster from here on out. So is this China or US? This is the US. So typically we're seeing Chinese robotics all over X, all over LinkedIn and YouTube. But this one is America. And they are working on having it fully produced over here. They've created their own AI. And that's the thing. So typically you're seeing dancing robots, acrobatics, doing all sort of kung fu moves. Well, this one probably wouldn't be as versatile and flexible in that regard, but it's doing the most important thing a humanoid is being made for, and that's work. And a lot of the Chinese robots you see, they can't even do work. They're mostly teleoperated. So right now what you're seeing is sort of a recalibration. And it just takes a few seconds, maybe 15 seconds. There you go. It's back off to work again. And that doesn't happen too often. You can see here for quite a bit of time before seeing that. All right, so if you want to know, 8 hours in, it turned over 10,315 packages. So it's averaging, about 1,289 packages per hour, 21.49 packages every minute, and one package every 2.79 seconds. This is one of the world's most advanced humanoid robots. When it comes to work, when it comes to working autonomously without teleoperation or remote control, no human operators. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat room. We're on day 2 of the 24/7 figure version 3 humanoid live work broadcast. So where's everybody at? Are you at work? Are you at home? Where are you watching this from? Is this the first time you're seeing a humanoid robot work autonomously? All right, so this is Figure. This is version 3. They're based out of Sunnyvale, California. That's where their headquarters is. And this is their first broadcast of a live, say, autonomous robot working live for 8 hours straight. Originally, it was going to go for 8 hours, but since it was a success, they extended it to 24/7. And so it's going to be working for the next 6 days. nonstop. You can come back and watch anytime. We'll be covering it a few days. This is day 2. We covered it yesterday for about 3 hours. And you can feel free to come in and ask any questions about it. Pretty familiar with them. I report on them quite a bit, mainly in the humanoid robotic space and the robotic space. And you can follow me over on LinkedIn. That's where I do most of my posting. My name is Peter Kappas. And so Brett announced that version 4 of this robot will be released sometime potentially this year. And he said, basically, it's mind-blowing. So if you think this works pretty good, which it already does, version 4 should only be better. So it's only going to get better, faster from here on out. This is the slowest you're ever going to see it. And so what it's doing right now, singulating the packages, turning the labels of the boxes to face down, labels of the packages to face down so they can be scanned and sorted. So yesterday everybody named the humanoids. This one is Gary. You see the ones in the back. Those are charging on their docking stations, and once the batteries from this one diminishes, it'll go to its 3rd docking station there. Frank will come out, or one of the others, and he'll continue working. So, we've been seeing a lot of Chinese humanoids doing a lot of dance moves and entertaining and acrobatics, but we haven't seen a lot of actual work. And to see an American company do a live broadcast of a humanoid robot doing work for 24/7, that's kind of a big deal. Or you can see one just fell off. It doesn't happen often, but it happens. Simple mistake could happen to a human. Now people ask, they've wondered how much faster can a human do? I've looked it up online, and the numbers I'm getting that are a bit slower, so I don't know if it's accurate or not, but some people say 2 to 3 times faster. But we need to see an actual demo side by side. That would be interesting. Because you got to keep in mind the fatigue, working an 8-hour shift, and the breaks you take. So think about this. If it's doing it's doing about 21 packages per minute. So you figure in an hour, what's that? Oh yeah. So 1,250 packages an hour, 1,289. So if you got 1,289 packages an hour, and a human takes a break for an hour, lunch for an hour, that's 1,289 packages he just missed. And if he's going to take 2 15-minute breaks, 4 15-minute breaks per day, that's another several hundred packages. So now you're looking at close to 2,000 packages lost just from breaks and lunches. So when you factor in those type of events in, it starts to equal out potentially. And when you factor in fatigue, because at the beginning of the day you're going to be motivated, you're going to be awake, you're going to be working, but as the day progresses, you're just going to get more tired. And you're probably not going to be going as fast. toward the end of the day. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on the person. Me just glancing at it, just imagining, trying to think of it in my head, it looks like I could do this, I'd say 2 to 3 times faster. But I don't know how much of that can be sustained. And that's the thing. These will work nonstop. So in America right now, we have several humanoid robot companies. This one is called Figure. The CEO is Brett Adcock. We have another one based out of Houston, Texas. It's called Persona AI. CEO is Nicholas Radford. There's another one out of Austin, Texas called Aptronic. Another company based out of New York called Reflex Robotics. This one is a wheeled version. So those are also doing tasks in factories, but that one is not bipedal. It doesn't have legs. So this is the difference between Reflex. Some are wheeled and some are bipedal like this one. There's another company called Agility Robotics. They have Digit, and we got Boston Dynamics with Atlas. And so they just released the first production model, which they're planning to start working on the construction site, the oil fields. And so that's what we're waiting for. We want to see that one work. And we haven't seen much work from the first version of Atlas, but now that we have a new version, we should be seeing more of that. And it looks like they're starting to ramp things up over there. But as far as full autonomy, Figure's probably got the best autonomy right now. One of the top. So most of the others right now, they're all teleoperated. They have to be trained. Remote control, human operated. And so this one has no human operation behind it. Full autonomy going on. And that's why this one is so valuable. That's why this one stands apart from the others. And even the Chinese robots, you're not seeing autonomy. And now they have third-party companies. There's a third-party company called Field AI. So you can look that one up, fieldai.com. There's another one called Skilled AI, skilledai.com. And then there's a lot of these other third-party companies that are building the brains for a diverse set of robots and vehicles and platforms. So for instance, Field AI, let's go back. So Figure AI, they built their own AI. This is their AI built in that's operating this robot. So they built that in-house at their headquarters in Sunnyvale, California. Now other companies are providing the AI for the robots. So Figure AI, they don't have to depend on anybody else for the brain to attach to their humanoid, because it's quite the task to build your own AI in-house. So you got a company like Field AI, they build the brains for robots. So it's a piece of software, hardware device with software that can be integrated onto a humanoid. It can be integrated onto a robot dog, and it gives it full autonomy. Whereas without that, it relies more on like programmed paths. For instance, Spot the Dog, without the autonomy, you have to pre-program the paths or you have to control it with a remote control. But with the autonomy, you can be hands-off completely. And so that's the difference with Figure AI. They have their own AI called Helix, which they built in-house so they don't have to depend on any other third party. But other companies don't have that, so they have to depend on a third party. And so that's where they reach out to companies like Skilled AI or Field AI, which provides the autonomous solution for their robot. If you have any questions, feel free to post it in the chat. So why, someone says why he doesn't work? Is it a glitch? Yeah, it seems that it sort of has to recalibrate every once in a while. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And I don't know the specifics of that yet, but it does do sort of a recalibration. So that's what you see happening there. So a robot's going to take every single job. They're going to take many jobs. There will be new jobs. We're just going to have to figure out how that's going to work, because yes, they will take many sort of easy tasked jobs. But then, as you see, technology also creates new jobs. For instance, we have social media. Many people make a living off social media now. And so without social media, there would be many people that don't have these type of jobs. Social media marketing manager, all sort of these types of different jobs that tech creates. So there will be a lot of different new types of jobs. And then it's going to open sort of new frontiers, just because you have so many robots now being able to do different tasks. So we're going to see new jobs created. Now, the question is, are more jobs going to be lost than are created? We don't know yet. So we're going to figure out what type of new jobs are coming as the robots are created. And we're still quite a ways out. I mean, even from being able to be fully 100% effective and efficient in the home, it's quite... So Figure is going to start putting, they say, robots in the home this year for a lease. But they're not going to be fully effective yet. They're going to be slow. They're going to make mistakes probably. Potentially. We're going to discover new things. What happens when it's walking in your kitchen and maybe it swipes the side of the stainless steel fridge and scratches it? What's going to happen there? Are they going to cover it? Insurance going to cover it? So there's still a lot of things to figure out. But yeah, so we're at almost 26 hours now. About 32,000. Let me actually make that a bit smaller so we can see the full packages. Okay. So where's everybody at? Are you at work? Are you at home? Is this the first time you're seeing this? Are you afraid robots are going to take over? So I did put my LinkedIn link in the chat room. Feel free to follow me. I post daily on robotics and humanoids and what's happening in the industry. And so we reach about 24 million a year. And so if you want to follow me and stay updated on what's going on, I put the link in the chat room. And so I haven't been as active on YouTube but I plan on being more active again. And so basically my channel is about tech, robotics, and also living over Idaho life and Texas life. So I'll post different type of construction projects going on in the area, but also the latest in tech. And so recently I went to the CES show, so you'll see a lot of CES videos I posted. But I'm going to be doing a lot more type of broadcasts. So feel free to subscribe and follow me on LinkedIn. Okay. Yeah, so let me do something here. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat room. I'm going to be I got to work on something here in the background. Just finishing up something in the background here. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Sort of. One more thing. All right, just finishing up a few things here in the background. All right, so you all witnessing the future of work. And what's happening here is Figure's version 3 robot is singulating packages, turning the labels to face down so they can be scanned. This is the first live broadcast of a humanoid robot working all day, continuously, nonstop. And initially they were going to do an 8-hour broadcast of this. But since it was a success, they've continued it, and it's going to go on for, well, it's already went on for 24 hours. They're going to do it 6 more days. And so this is a 24/7 broadcast happening right now. And the difference, what's different about this is that this robot is acting fully autonomous. There are no teleoperators or remote control operators in the background. And so Figure's the only company, one of the only companies that built their own internal AI that can make their humanoid robot work autonomously. And let me So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I just have to perform one quick thing here in the background. Feel free to join the chat room and ask in the back. So we're seeing a 7-day 7-day broadcast being broadcast for 24 hours a day, showing Figure's version 3 robot work autonomously. And there are no human operators controlling it. So we are witnessing, this is probably a Guinness World Book of Record for the longest live broadcast humanoid robot working fully autonomously. I don't think it's been done yet. If you're just joining us, feel free to hop in the chat and ask any questions. I'll be here in just a moment. All right. Welcome to the new people who joined in. Okay. All right, so this is just my second live broadcast. I figured now is a good time to get these things started. This is a good video to start on that. And so seeing this Figures robot broadcast and working autonomously for now 24/7. Initially, it was going to be 8 hours, but Brett and his team extended it out. And so now they're going to go on for 24/7. All right, and so we're having new people come in here. Feel free to hop in the chat and ask any questions. There's Brett. So what's he going to do? That's the CEO. He just hopped in the screen. Just happened to catch him. So if you were in the room, there you go. Okay. Okay. All right, so we're here at the 26-hour mark, and I've been streaming for the past 2 hours. We covered it yesterday for about 3 hours. We'll probably cover maybe a few more days of it, but I thought this would be a good time to start doing live broadcasts on my channel, on my YouTube channel, which I rarely use. So you'll find me more active on LinkedIn. And if If you want to follow me on LinkedIn, you can find the link over in the chat. I put it in the chat, and so I post daily there on robotics, tech, humanoids. And so if you want to know the latest on what's going on in around the globe on humanoid robotics, feel free to follow me at that link or follow me at this channel here. I'll be posting a lot more content going forward. So we're going to be meeting with a lot of different people and posting a lot more videos. So feel free to go ahead and follow me now. So this is Figures version 3 humanoid robot. And the reason this one is different is because it's working autonomously. And so a lot of the times the videos you see online, they are humanoids that are being teleoperated or remotely controlled by someone in the background. And so some people will claim this is fake. Some people will say this is AI. Some people will say that it's being remotely controlled, but I assure you it is not, because they're not going to put on a grandiose scheme like this, claim that it's AI, and then quickly be found out when one client purchases. The jig would be up. So there's no way they're going to put on this grand scheme. So it is not remotely controlled. It is being autonomously operated by their own AI that they developed in-house called Helix. And this is Figure. They're based out of Sunnyvale, California. That's where their headquarters is. The CEO is Brett Adcock. And they have one of the top humanoids in the USA, potentially the globe. And what makes it stand apart is the autonomous nature of it. And so this is the value. This is what makes it valuable. Because without that, you just have another toy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. I'm also here doing some work in the background, so I'll be in and out every once in a while, but feel free to ask any questions. All right, so let me know where y'all from. A lot of people in the construction industry should be joining us now. And so I've been working with robotics for about a decade now, specifically in the construction industry, mainly the truss industry. And so all right, so yeah, I'm working back and forth here. So, but yeah, I've been working in robotics for about over a decade now, specifically focused on robotics in construction, so Contech. I worked with Autovol, many robotics companies over here. We deployed units in the truss industry, building homes with industrial robots, putting the roof trusses and floor trusses together. And so now you can find me on LinkedIn, posting a lot on humanoids and robotics and tech, with a focus on construction. So if you haven't followed me, go ahead and follow me there at the link I posted in the chat. Feel free to ask any questions. We're just here watching the figure robot work autonomously for, well, it's going to be going on for 24/7, according to Brett. So they must have felt really confident that this was going to work, because it's a pretty big, bold move to put this out there like that, mistakes and all. And it doesn't do bad at all. You'll every once in a while see robots packages falling off the side, and it'll misplace the label every once in a while. It'll stay upright versus placing it down, but not many. You can sit here and watch right now, and you'll just see this. There, you just saw one fall off. But simple mistakes. And I have a number here, so I'm going to break it down for you. So the first 8 hours, it ran 10,315 packages in 8 hours. So it basically turned over 10,315. Comes out to about 1,289 packages per hour, 21.49 packages per minute, and one package every 2.79 seconds. So imagine after a 8-hour shift, having turned 10,000 plus packages, you're going to be pretty tired at the end of the day. Yeah, so feel free to ask any questions. Let me see what I have here. So someone was asking if this is Chinese or American. This is an American company. This is based out of Sunnyvale, California. And the company is called Figure. You can look them up. It's figure.ai. Someone says, are you sure there are operators? I think they meant to say, are you sure there are no operators? Look, I mean, they could be lying, but I don't believe they are. They claim that it's fully autonomous, and I believe it is. That's going to be a pretty hard fabrication to say it's autonomous, and then a client comes and wants to put it in their factory, and it doesn't work autonomously. The jig is going to be up pretty fast if you do that. So it is fully autonomous. They use their own AI called Helix that they built in-house. And that would have to be a pretty big, grandiose scheme to say that they're going to work autonomously, meanwhile someone's in the background controlling it. Figure is one of the only companies that has their own internal AI built in, where the robot can work autonomously, like you're seeing, basically. All right, so we got some people in here. Let's see if there's any more questions here. So what's the live stream goal? Well, that would be Figure's goal, but I think they want to just show that, look how good the robot works, essentially. 24/7 with very few mistakes. So imagine a person doing this. You got breaks, you got lunches, and so this thing is going to work nonstop for 8 hours all day long. So yeah, ultimately the goal is to get clients. The goal is to get more investment capital. Initially, they were going to do 8 hours of this, but they extended it to 24/7. So they probably saw that it went pretty good, and so they extended it out. Obviously, if the robot fell 2 hours into it, 3 hours into it, I don't think they would have extended it out to 24/7. But this is a pretty bold move to put it out there for the world to see, mistakes and all. You don't see companies do this often. And I think they want to make the case that, look, our robots are working and they're going to work in your factory. They work. Now, some people say, well, it's slow. It's not that efficient. Sure. Looking at this, you could probably say you can do that maybe 2 to 3 times faster at the beginning of the day. Can you sustain that for 8 hours straight? And then what happens when you take a lunch? What happens when you take breaks? Now you're starting to compensate and balance out the actual amount of work between the human and the robot. And look, this is the slowest you're ever going to see it. It's only going to get faster from here. So Brett announced that version 4 is going to be released potentially this year. Okay, so if you're in the room, feel free to ask any questions. We're just sort of here, I'm sort of here working in the background and watching the live broadcast feed here every once in a while, and I'll explain what's going on, give you some little insights and history about humanoids and the industry. Curious to hear, I know we have some construction folks coming in, so if you're in construction, feel free to say something. So if you're in construction and you're wondering if humanoid robots are ready for construction, there are a few companies working on this now. One of them is called Noble Machines. So if you look them up, Noble, here, I'll put the link in the chat. Noble Machines. Okay, so .ai. So this one's Noble Machines. And when you go to their website, you're going to see that they are working on humanoid robots to work in construction. And they're going to be helping with 2x4s, just various assistive tasks. Now there's another company called, so Noble Machines is based out of California as well. Another company is called Persona AI, and they're based out of Houston, Texas. The CEO of Persona AI is Nicholas Radford. And so I'll put their link in the chat as well, so you can go view them. So they're working on a modular type robots. They signed a deal with Under Armour. Well, they partnered with Under Armour. They partnered with the HT Hyundai for welding on heavy ships. And so that's their first goal, is to get their humanoids working welding ships. But they have their plan is to have various types of humanoids deployed for extreme environments. And you'll be able to see on their website the different types of humanoids that they have. Then we got Boston Dynamics, Atlas production, the production model that they just released. So this is the Atlas version of, well, it's the new production model based on the previous Atlas. And this is going to be the commercial version that is deployed out to the field. So we should start seeing this one out in the field soon, doing some real tasks. And the flexibility between, in comparison to Figure and Boston Dynamics, is pretty, it can do quite a bit. Just in the way it moves and contorts. Give me just a second. Okay. I'll be back in just a sec. Well, hold on here. Okay. All right, so this is my second live stream here on my YouTube channel. I'm not as active on YouTube as I am on LinkedIn. So if you want to follow me on LinkedIn, you can follow me there. I put the link in the chat room. But we're here watching Figure's version 3 humanoid. Now the battery life on this guy is 5 hours, stated on their website. It has a payload of 20 kilograms, about 44 pounds. It's 5'8" in height. And so what they're doing right now is turning the labels face down on the packages. And it'll run for a few hours, and then it'll go rotate between the workers in the back. Those are charging on the docking stations while this one is working, and then they'll rotate out, and it'll be nonstop, continuous working. They ran for the first 8 hours. It was a success. 10,315 packages turned, 1,280 approximately per hour, about 20 per, is it 21 per minute, and 2.8, one every 2.88 seconds is what it was. And so very few mistakes. As you could see, one just fell off the side, but it doesn't happen that often. Feel free to ask me any questions. I'm just sort of working here in the background while we watch the 24/7 broadcast. Yeah, so we're at 33,000 packages turned in 26 hours. Someone says, we used to see these things in sci-fi movies. 1980 sci-fi movies. All right, so you could see it's sort of recalibrating here. I don't know, for some reason it feels more entertaining than watching the dancing humanoids. It's like it just feels fulfilling watching it doing all this work. All right, so we should have some people from the construction industry joining us. Curious where you're all from, so if anybody wants to comment in the room here. But what we're watching is Figure's humanoid robot. This is version 3. Work fully autonomous with no human operators, no remote control, no teleoperators for the next 6 days, 24 hours every day. So it's already been working for almost 27 hours. This is the first broadcast that I've seen them do. Potentially the first of its kind that I've seen when it comes to humanoid robots. Typically, people don't want to reveal the truth of that they're not really autonomous, that they're still remote controlled. And so that just kind of kills the whole value, because it's just basically a toy. Without the autonomy, there's just no value. You know, we've had remote control cars, remote control toys for quite a bit of time now, and so this is what differentiates Figure from others. And so they're one of the few that I'm aware of. There are others working on it and that are building their own internal AI now. But Figure has built their own internal AI called Helix. So they're not dependent on any third-party software or hardware to integrate on to their humanoid to get it working autonomously. Now, it's an incredibly difficult thing to build your own AI internally. So not every company can do that. And so they rely on third parties. There are companies out there that are building brains for the robot. And so they integrate their brain onto any type of platform, whether it be a humanoid robot, a vehicle, a UTV, AMR. They can integrate that brain, and it becomes the robot becomes autonomous. So, for instance, the robot dogs by Boston Dynamics, the Spot robot dogs, without the brain, They rely mostly on pre-programmed paths. Now, Boston Dynamics is working on their own AI as well, but there are third parties that do this really well. And in the construction field, which is what I work in, there is a company called Field AI, and they work in the construction field integrating robot dogs with their brain. And so it gives these dogs full autonomy, and they can navigate around the site, never before seen, unstructured sites, uneven surfaces, for the first time without supervision. And so that's what provides the value, is having the robot autonomous. Without the autonomy, there is no value. So that's what differentiates Figure from the others, is that they have the autonomous nature that they've built. Someone says, is this real? It's 100% real. It's not AI. And the robot is not remote controlled by somebody in the background. It's working autonomously, unsupervised, in the sense that nobody's controlling it. And it's been doing it for the past almost 27 hours. It's turned over 33,474 packages. Imagine turning over a package 33,000 times. Good exercise, but definitely tiring. So I have a video that I made regarding teleoperation, but I'm not going to play it right now. I just noticed yesterday Figure had 199,000 subscribers. Today they have 209,000. So they gained 10,000 overnight. Yeah, so this is my second live broadcast on my YouTube channel. So I'm going to be utilizing this much more now. I'm mainly active on LinkedIn, where I post daily on robotics and humanoids. So if you want to follow me over there, feel free to subscribe to my channel here and follow me over on LinkedIn. I put the link in the chat room, so you can find out there. I also put a link to a few of the other humanoid companies that you can find here in America. These are USA based. So noblemachines.ai, persona.ai, bostondynamics.com. And then there's also Aptronic, based out of Austin, Texas. So I'll put that one in the chat. There's Aptronic. And the other one is, what was Agility? And we have some new ones coming out. So we're starting to grow the humanoid base here in America. But compared to China, where they have like 200 companies. We're still pretty far behind. But you know what? You don't see this autonomy in a lot of those robots. Okay, agility. And then there's reflex robotics. This is based out of Brooklyn, New York. Now this is more of a wheeled humanoid, but I like the way it moves. What is he doing, you ask? So he is basically turning packages upside down to make the label face down so they can be scanned and sorted. And you mean anatomy of the autonomy? I don't remember what you are referring to. All right, so in the chat room, I put a bunch of different links from the other USA-based companies. And this is actually, whoops, I put the full link on that one. Okay, so Field AI, this is a sort of a third-party AI integrator that puts the brain on robots, and it can work on any robot, whereas Figure AI, their AI only works in Figure. I've been broadcasting, I'm at 2 hours now, yesterday 3 hours, so 5 hours. But this is what I do. I work in robotics. So and I'm not going to be here all day. I'll just be here a few hours and then I'll cut the live stream. Funny stuff. All right, let me do something really quick here. Yeah, they only pay Bob once, unless he's on a lease plan. Then they pay him daily. So Brett announced that they are going to be leasing this They're going to be leasing their robots in the home this year for a few $100s. Still not 100% how that's going to go in the home. It's sort of a trial. And still a lot of obstacles to overcome. So, yeah, someone mentioned that what about all the maintenance and the cost to maintain these things? Well, when you put it into perspective, what costs more? Is paying somebody's 3-week vacation, 1-month vacation in a year, and their sick days, or maintaining this? So we'll just have to see what that is actually. Because these guys are not going to take vacation, and they're not going to take sick days. Unless you consider a repair day a sick day, or a broken motor a vacation, then it might compensate. But yeah, what we're seeing is one of the most advanced humanoids in terms of its autonomous nature. Now, I don't think this thing can do acrobatics and flips like the Chinese humanoids that you see. Those are way more agile when it comes to that. And I don't recall ever seeing them do a demo with a flip, because I don't think it can do it. I think it's made simply to stand up and do sort of tasks like this. So when it comes to putting them in a ring, I think the Chinese humanoids would take this guy on. But when it comes to autonomous work, Figure's probably got the upper hand on this one for now. So we're still waiting on Tesla Optimus. We're still waiting on version 3 and Elon's announcement on the release date for version 3. But here's the thing. So we're waiting on version 3. Meanwhile, Figure's about to release version 4, which Brett says is mind-blowing. And Elon's going to have to he's going to have to bring something out that's really going to change the game, because we'll see how version 4 of this. So here you can see he's recalibrating. It seems like he does this often. I think if it misses a certain amount of times, it just has to recalibrate to get its position right again, so it doesn't just keep on doing the same thing over and over and over. Yeah, it's a recalibration. Yeah, well, we need recalibrations sometime as well. Yeah, bathroom break or podcast or something. If anybody is here from the construction industry, I'm curious to hear if you guys plan on integrating some of these and how they would be used. So curious on Wheelzek. Curious on your thought of this. Are you excited about robotics, about humanoids, or are you terrified that they're going to come for your job? I think AI would be coming for your job as a software engineer, not a humanoid. But I get it. Here's the thing. Yeah. You know, there will be a lot of jobs taken for sure, but we still don't know what kind of jobs are going to be created. Think about like social media marketing managers, all the jobs that social media created, hundreds of thousands of jobs. And so without social media, you have no jobs. So what kind of jobs will robots create? Are they going to take more jobs than they're creating? That's what we're going to find out. And are people going to like it? If everyone's losing their jobs, then that's another story. Or is Elon going to get, is he really going to get the, what is it, the not UBI, the universal high income, UHI? Where robots basically put everyone out of a job, and so everyone collects free money. Not a huge fan of that. I'd rather them work in factories alongside us. Yeah, I'd say the devs who aren't using AI, you're definitely going to have to use or implement AI in some sort of way, for sure. All right, so we're at 27 hours, 33,780 packages turned over. Imagine doing this for 8 hours. It's actually not a bad job. I like listening to podcasts. So, just you don't really have to think about turning packages. It's pretty simple. So you can focus on the podcast and just kind of zone out. But it'd still wear your body down, for sure. And I think after 8 hours, you'd be pretty tired. It says broski's working for $0 an hour. Sort of. But these guys are expensive to buy. when they have AI built into them, they're going to be like $100,000 to $200,000 each, which in the long run is not much in comparison when you're paying someone, I don't know, 50, 60,000 a year. Take you about, depending on the cost, 2 to 4 years to make that initial investment back. But if you're leasing it for a few $100s a month, then you're talking not much at all. I imagine companies will have to lease these a little more expensive. Maybe not. Yeah. So he's averaging about 1,289 packages an hour. That's about 21 packages per minute. So I'll give you the full breakdown here. So basically, the first 8 hours, he turned over 10,315 packages. So 1,289 packages per hour, 21.49 packages per minute, one package every 2.79 seconds. And this is going to go on for 24 hours for the next 6 days. It's already been running for 27 hours. So apparently it is a real job, yes. He's turning over the labels so that they can be scanned and sorted in a logistics facility. And I've been trying to find out exactly how fast a human can do this. I haven't been able to get an answer yet, but I do have someone from the Amazon waiting to hear back. Let me see, maybe I got a response. Because I'd be curious to know what the comparison is. One thing I wish they would have put is a mistakes counter. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so here, I'm going to put a comment here from somebody who worked at UPS. So he said, during college, I worked a stint at UPS. My job was unloading tractor trailers. Packages ranged from a few ounces to 50 plus pounds. There was a raised roller track down the middle of the trailer. We had a target unloading rate of 20 to 22 packages per minute. You put a package on the roller and pushed, rinse, repeat. 20 to 22 packages out the back per minute. Midwinter, it could be 18 degrees in a trailer. Unloaders wore jeans and t-shirts. T-shirt was sweat-soaked in 10 to 15 minutes. Wow. Probably drank a quart of water, lemonade after each trailer. Yeah, I mean, it's not apples to apples comparison, but Sort of at the bottom of the ramp, had to be faster. I think they had to meet 25 packages per minute. Amazing they can do this with robots. Then again, surprised they take so long. Okay, so there's one answer, but that's comparing heavier packages, 50 plus pounds as well. So obviously it's going to be much harder work. I probably have more responses here. I'll get to it in a moment, but let's see. Yeah, so Optimus. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's learning. And Brett just announced version 4 of Figure's robot. So this is version 3. And so this is the slowest you're ever going to see it. Basically, it's going to get faster. It's going to become more intelligent. It's going to be able to move the packages along more swiftly and faster as time progresses. So yeah, version 4 is supposed to be, he said, potentially this year. And he said basically version 4 is mind-blowing. So he can't wait to share it with the world. So why am I streaming this, Wheelzack? Am I employed by this company, or is it just you're king to watch robots do things? So I post daily on LinkedIn about robotics and humanoids and tech in general. And this is just what I do, basically. I work in robotics for the past 10 years, doing marketing for various robotics companies. I don't work for Figure, no. And they're not paying me. So I'm just doing this on my channel just because it's a kind of a momentous event. It's the first time that a broadcast like this has ever been done. And so I'm just covering a little bit of it. Not going to cover the full 24/7 for sure, but I'll cover a few hours here and there, maybe take the weekend off and cover next week. But yeah, no, I make my living in the robotics industry, doing marketing for other companies, but not Figure. If you want to go to Future of Built, you can type that into YouTube, or futureofbuilt.com. You can see some of the companies I worked with. One is called Autovol. It's a company based out of Idaho, and they build modular homes using 56 industrial ABB robots, and they send those modular homes to places like California to build multifamily homes. And so I worked with them for some time. I worked with another company that designed roof truss systems and floor truss systems, and I did the marketing for this company. They sold these to home builders, commercial builders, things like that. And so the robots would build roof trusses with industrial robots, put them all together, and then that's it. Yeah, Nick Elliott, no sense of smell. Not yet. That's only human. They do have that tech, though. So I'm sure it's coming. If you go to their Wheelzack, I don't want to comment too much on their AI and their Helix model. They break it down on their website. Just click on Helix and you can read through that. So it's basically their own AI model that they built in-house. But I don't want to get into any specifics because I don't know what they've built into it. But yeah, so this is the Figure version 3 humanoid robot. And they started doing a live stream yesterday. The initial intention was to do 8 hours. And then once they saw that it succeeded with no errors, They pushed it to 24/7. And so you got to be pretty confident about your robot to broadcast something for 24/7 live. And Zach, you can see the type of, so I post on tech, robotics, and humanoids. I put the link to my LinkedIn page in the chat. Feel free to follow if you want. I'm also going to be doing more live broadcast here on YouTube as well. I haven't been as active on my channel, on the YouTube channel, but I'm pushing more for that going forward. While I'm at it, let me actually refresh my memory on their AI here. Yeah, so it says right away, it learns and improves over time as it acquires new skills. So it's the first thing. And if you want to read more about it, here's a link. All right, so let's see here. So I'm curious, at what point does the price become reasonable enough to buy one for your home? So assuming that it can work autonomously and do all your tasks and chores, what's the lowest amount you would spend on something like this? $3,000, $5,000, $10,000? Where's everybody from? So curious to hear where you guys are from. Feel free to post it in the chat. So the battery life for this guy is 5 hours. And that's probably minimal tasks, not lifting heavy things, depending what it's doing. He can lift 44 pounds. That's the payload capacity. So once the battery depletes on Bob, he's going to go back to the docking station you see in the back. And the next guy will come out. Oh, I agree with you, Zach. I'm going to wait. I'd wait. I don't want to have any issues, you know. They got to work perfectly for me. Some people say, well, as long as, even if it takes 3 hours to do a task, as long as it's done when you get home. There was a video of 1X Neo, and it took something like 5 minutes to load a dish in there. Something like that. They're going to get faster, though. Much faster. This is just the beginning. So what other household chores? So according to the videos that they've posted, it can do, it can fold laundry, it can do dishes. I mean, they're showing it do quite a bit. How effective it is, it's hard to know for sure. We would need a live stream just like this to know. I'll put a link. You can just Google it. Figure folding bed. Figure robot. Okay. Here, I'll just put a link. It's actually not coming up as easy as I thought. Yeah, so here's another video of their robot doing household chores. Bob doesn't have any agility. They're pretty limited in agility. It's not like Chinese humanoids that are doing flips and backflips and kung fu. This guy can't do all that, from what I understand. I haven't seen them put anything out doing that type of stuff. Pretty sure figures, robots can just sort of stand, walk, run, kind of just do simple tasks like this, moving things back and forth, point A to point B. But agility, I think Unitree's robots could take this guy out any day. But those that have agility don't have autonomy. So what do you want, a remote control humanoid that can do flips and you get tired of it in a few days? Or a guy like this who's going to do all your work? Someone says, you won't compete, you'll be replaced. We need UBI. I'm not a fan of UBI, not a fan of government assistance. I think we all need to work. We can have humanoids helping us, but everyone sitting at home bored, not sure how that's going to work out. Well, I have my opinion on how it's going to work out, not too well. But I think we should push for not UBI, but just Can we have these guys as assistants? Of course we're not. Of course we know where it's going to go. Yep, 27 hours and still going. Gotta say, the comments are mixed between excitement and people being terrified. Yeah, so by the time this thing is done, let me see here. How many packages in 7 days? Somewhere around 230,000. So by the time this guy's done, he will have sorted 230,000 packages. How's your privacy? I think they're going to have different type of privacy type of things you can activate, where you can have people blurred out. This is just my speculation, where you can blur people out so they won't be able to see you. You can blur if you have something like a safe that you don't want it to be able to see, you can blur that out. So you can sort of customize what you want it to see, where you want it to go in your house. So sort of like the iRobot, where you can customize the rooms it goes into. I know you'll be able to do that. But as far as what you want it to visually see, yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to be able to customize it in terms of, hey, I don't want you ever seeing my private gun safe or money safe, stuff like that. Don't come near my fridge. I don't want you tripping and falling and scratching my stainless steel fridge. So you can kind of mark it off where you want it to go, where you want it to access. And this is just based on things that I've seen in what's out there in the tech world. You've seen it too. But whether or not someone can hack it, I know they have sort of an offline mode as well. Unitree has an offline mode from what I can remember. So it doesn't have to be connected to the internet. Yeah, because I mean, you hear stories of Ring being hacked. And so hackers are viewing all your private stuff through Ring. So if this is connected to the internet, I'm sure it can be hacked as well. And you have a few incidents. I mean, you have just one or two incidents of where someone hacks this thing, and it's going to really hurt the industry. So they want to make it as safe as possible. It all depends on if you could trust the owners of the business. Apple's got a pretty good reputation as locking things down, not giving your private information out. They need to have that same kind of reputation. For that, yeah. Walking dogs, yeah, they're already doing it in China. You can Google some videos. It's probably not as effective right now because someone's probably controlling it, but that'll be a simple task. Depending on the strength of the humanoid. Yeah, I don't know. It'll have sensors to be able to know when to pull, how much to pull, but if you have a big dog and the humanoid can't handle it, the dog might just pull it over, depending on the stability, the balance of the humanoid. So some humanoids, it'll just pull right over. Some might be able to resist. But that'll be a future task, a simple task for the future. All right, for those who just joined, if you want to, I also put my LinkedIn there. So I post on robotics and humanoids and tech daily, and I'll be doing a lot more live broadcast on these type of technologies. So if you want to follow me, I put my LinkedIn link over in the chat, and you could subscribe to me here as well. And what we're watching here is Figures version 3 humanoid work autonomously for 24 hours, 7 days a week. And this is going to happen for the next 6 days. So it's already been working autonomously, flipping boxes over, putting the labels face down for 27 hours. And it's turned 34,500 packages. And it'll swap out with the other humanoids that you see in the background once the battery gets depleted, and it'll stay on a continuous cycle of work so that it continues to work nonstop for the next 6 days. By the time it's done, it will have turned over about 220 to 30,000 packages. It's averaging about one package every 2.88 seconds. It's about 21 packages per minute and about 1,280 packages per hour. So this is Figure. This is a company based out of Sunnyvale, California. The owner, the CEO is Brett Adcock. And what sets this humanoid apart from the others that you see, the viral videos from China of the humanoids doing flips and acrobatics, is the autonomous nature of it. So this is doing real autonomous work, no teleoperators, no human operators, nobody's remote controlling it. The videos you see from China, all those humanoid robots, those are being teleoperated, remote controlled essentially, and trained to just mimic moves. So they train it to do a dance, it'll mimic that dance. But this guy, he's learning on the go and he's improving as he works. This is Figure's own internal AI that they developed called Helix. They built it in-house so they're not dependent on any third-party companies to come in and bring in the AIs to make their robot work. Feel free to ask any questions. I'm just kind of sitting here working in the background and might be covering another 30 minutes or so. So where's everybody watching this from? Are you at work? Are you at home? What states are you in? Curious. And are you in the construction industry? Should be some construction folks in here. So Brett just posted 10 minutes ago. He's the CEO. He said, Frank merch in the house. So they named their robots. They gave them names. So yesterday on YouTube in the live chat, they asked to name the robots. And they named it Frank, Bob, and something else. And I don't know the other guy. But he just created a t-shirt with Frank. He came into the stream earlier, showed the shirt. Here, I'll show you. He says, robots are closing in on 30 hours of non-stop operation. Hopefully they don't fail and keep going. Yeah, I mean, this is unheard of to do a live test like this. It's like breaking the barrier. You know? All right. I'm going to post a photo here. That's Frank. So that's the CEO, Brett Adcock. He made a t-shirt with Frank. And apparently they're going to be selling these shirts of showing Frank working autonomously. Okay, let me go back here. Okay. All right, so let's see here. Hi, Marius. So yes, this is the same one from yesterday. The same three. So they have two in the back, and this one they rotate. So when the battery gets low, it goes to the docking station in the back. Next one comes out. But yeah, so they're going to be doing this for the next 6 days, 24/7, live and autonomous. Said, I thought this is on one battery charge till this moment. No. So the maximum, they have a battery life of 5 hours. And that's assuming that it's doing small tasks. If it's lifting heavier boxes, it's not going to last 5 hours. So it probably lasts maybe 1 to 2 hours, maybe more. I'm not sure on the exact amount with small tasks, but it doesn't last a full 5 hours. You'll see them switch out. And so they go back to the charging station. Yeah, no problem on the English. Yeah, so I work in the robotics industry and I cover humanoids, robotics, and tech. So feel free to subscribe to my channel. I'm going to be doing more of these live broadcasts and covering more of these topics. I'm more active on LinkedIn. I put the link in the chat room. You can follow me there. So if you're on LinkedIn, feel free to follow me over there. Okay. Okay, so once this robot is done working in 7 days, he's going to have flipped over around 220 to 230,000 packages. Non-stop work, continuous, no breaks, no lunches. Hopefully no repairs if everything goes well for the company. You never know with tech. It's still kind of groundbreaking, and with humanoids, we're still in the beginning stages of these things. So it's only going to get faster. They're only going to get more agile and more efficient from here on out. So this is version 3. They're going to be releasing version 4, the CEO announced potentially this year. And so this company is based in America. It's based out of Sunnyvale, California. I'm not sure on the charging time. I don't think, let me see if it says that on the website. Okay. So yeah, he has commented. So the CEO says it takes about an hour to fully charge. Yeah, so the charging rate speed is about an hour. They charge up to 2 kilowatts. Yeah, so there are some humanoids that have 2 battery packs. And so they can change their own battery. That company is Boston Dynamics. I'm not sure if you've seen that one. Have you heard of Boston Dynamics? Take a look at that link. That is, I believe, UbTech Robotics, and it changes its own battery. Yeah, UbTech. No, so you asked, is Bob self-learning or did a human alter the program? So Figure's robot, Bob, is self-learning. So it has their own AI that they developed called Helix, and it does learn on its own and improves. So it learns and improves over time as it acquires new skills. Yeah, you don't even need to change the battery yourself. Yeah, the movement is pretty good. Terminator, huh? Yeah. It's probably going to get there one way or another. Eventually someone will, you'll have some bad ruler that takes over these. Some president or dictator wants to control the world. Do you think robots' AI can invent things which humans aren't capable of? I think it's possible. I mean, just think about when you want to generate an AI image and you're trying to describe what you want and it gives you the image and you're just like, whoa. How to come up with that? That's exactly what I want. I couldn't even think of that. So you have just, the entire internet, all the knowledge trained together. I think it could come up with new ideas we haven't thought of. Yeah, I mean it's still limited in what it can do, but it's going to get pretty advanced. I mean, if you work on AI a lot and you type it and you ask it for essays and all this stuff, when people are using AI. Like you can recognize the language and the words that AI is using. So it's not that versatile yet. It's still pretty limited. And it's going to get more advanced as time progresses. So, but right now you could see the limitations. Like you'll notice one thing where it always uses kind of a comparison. It's not this, but it's that, or it's not this, but it's that. Like it always has this sign of the same pattern that they programmed into it. And then some of the words like synergy. We need to synergize, language that people don't use, but you'll recognize it right away when you use an AI program like ChatGPT or Gemini or something. Yeah, exactly. It's still amazing. I'm still like blown away by what you can create, especially with images. How you used to need to create everything manually on Photoshop, and now you can just type it, and it just whoosh, puts it all there. Yeah, so Grok Grok is pretty amazing as to what it can output as well with video. And Seed Dance 2.0, that is a whole other level. You just feed it a script and it just outputs you a video in minutes. That's amazing. $1 million budgets, production budgets that are just now created with typing. Yeah, that's going to put Hollywood on edge. The only thing about AI is how artificial the people feel, their expressions, how polished it all looks, except some of the, now they're starting to look more cell phone type, so it's harder to distinguish, but like the more polished AI that you see, the kind of emotionless, overly expressive expressions that you see, it's still pretty somewhat noticeable. But it's getting, the line is getting thinner each day. There's going to be a time where we can't distinguish it apart. Probably not so long. Maybe Seed Dance 2.0 is already there. So they started yeah, so their live stream is going on 24/7. I'm covering a little bit of it, a few hours here and there every day, not the whole thing. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So the goal of it, so initially they were going to do an 8-hour broadcast and everything went well. And the CEO said he got in a huddle with his team and they're going 24/7. So probably they already had the plan to do 24/7 if the first 8 hours succeeded. Because if the first 8 hours didn't go well, 2 hours in, one of the robots fell down and started doing all sort of things, that would not be a good image to the world. And the investors would be calling them like, what's going on? The fact that they succeeded in the first 8 hours, I think they just originally had the plan of going 24/7. Yeah, I was up at 4 in the morning due to some stuff that happened. So I lacked sleep. But yeah, no, I don't know. If it starts failing now, if it falls over, they might end the stream. But their goal is to go 24/7, and they'll be the first ones to do it. Yeah, Will Smith eating the noodles regarding the AI. Yeah, look how it changed. People were laughing at Will Smith, and now nobody's laughing now. Nobody's laughing. We're gonna be wishing we had those Will Smith videos again, when we can actually distinguish AI from reality, because it's getting harder. Yeah, my live stream, I'm not going on for, I've been streaming 3 hours. I might go on a little bit longer. I don't know. I said 30 minutes about an hour ago. That's the nature of live stream. You just keep going. Oh yeah. Yeah. To put it out on broadcast like this, they've definitely felt confident, like they knew nothing would go wrong. They've been working for a long time. So certainly they were confident that they were going to work, because they wouldn't do this otherwise. Definitely. Because that's a pretty bold move. I mean, you're either gonna, you could make or break your let me put this volume down here. You can make or break your company if the thing comes out and the first hour it falls over. It's gonna be hard to recover from that one. On the other hand, if this thing goes 24/7, non-stop, flipping 230,000 packages, they could potentially open the floodgates. So it's like, let's put it all out there. We're going all in. We're either going for the prize, or we're going for the loss. Because it's a pretty bold move. You don't see that often. So you got to hand it to them for doing this. Yeah, so we're at 35,000 packages. 28 hours. Oh, and I have not been on here 28 hours. I've only been streaming for 3 hours. Yeah. I'm only streaming a few hours a day. I couldn't do that. I just hit 4 hours, actually. But hey, this is what I do for a living. I work in the robotics industry. I don't work for this company, but I work for various robotics companies doing marketing. Put a link in the chat. It's one company, gives you an idea of what I do. So I did some work with them. That's Autovol. They are a big 400,000 square foot facility that builds wall panels with using 56 ABB industrial robots. And then they put those wall panels together into a modular home. And then they ship these modular homes to California and other states. And they use those to, to stack them together and build multifamily homes. No, I've been working in the robotics industry for 10 years. So I've learned a lot in the process. I don't do engineering. I've worked with a lot of engineers and asked hundreds, thousands of questions. So I've learned a lot in the process. But no, I don't do engineering specifically. I do more marketing, video production, website production, website design, putting together CRM platforms for robotics companies, generating leads for companies, things like that. So depends what you mean technical. If you're referring to be an engineer, then no, I don't do that. But I am technical when it comes to editing and using, Adobe Creative Suite and those kind of things. So I do work on all that. Okay, somebody says, I can watch this for hours. It's so relaxing. Is this the new, sort of is it ASMR type of video where you just sit here and watch a humanoid robot work all day? You gotta admit, though, it is kind of, it feels more entertaining than like the humanoid robots dancing. Either we're just super tired of those, maybe we're over it, I don't know, but I feel like I could watch this more. Yeah, so this one doesn't ever complain, doesn't need a lunch break, doesn't need to clock out. That's pretty true. From Poland. Cool. One thing you're probably going to see happening, because you see a lot of videos coming out now, people starting to deface and destroy, and sort of the robot uprising. But I'm guessing that it's going to go the same way as drones, sort of become like a federal offense if you destroy or deface someone's robot that's going on the street. If you shoot down a drone, it's a federal offense. I'm assuming it's going to be sort of the same thing with robots, ground robots, humanoids. Yeah. 2-hour breaks. Yeah, that's it. Cell phone breaks. It does need a 1-hour charge break, which kind of compensates, but on the other hand, you have another guy coming out to replace you. Everything can be hacked, someone says. Yeah. If it's connected to Wi-Fi, of course it's going to be able to be hacked, similar to the Ring cameras. There was a big hack on those where the Ring camera got hacked and people were accessing, the private footage of homes. So yeah, you're going to have that. And these guys have cameras on them, so... but you're going to have offline mode, so you don't have to be connected to the internet. You just connect when you need updates, maybe for various other purposes, and then you just turn it off, and it just does the work around your house. Just sent this to my coworker and told him, just letting you know, I showed the boss this too. You might want to start looking. It's coming, but not that fast, and not for every job. Oh, I think this broadcast, if it continues, if they finish the full 24/7 broadcast, it's already a success. But if they do the full 24/7 with no major mistakes, where it falls over, or it just shuts down, or a motor breaks, they're going to do more of these, doing various types of other tasks. And they're raising the bar. Like, they have raised the bar for every humanoid company out there now. Because people want to see humanoids doing real work autonomously, not being remote controlled, someone hiding in the background, secretly controlling. And those who are still teleoperating, they're going to be called out real fast. The bar is raised now. You're going to have to see other companies doing the same type of thing, because right now, every company is going to be looking at figure. Because they know. They just watched it work. The world watched it work. 24 hours, 7 days a week, nonstop, no breaks, no major malfunctions, assuming it goes well. And this thing is going to open the floodgates. So we're going to see things, this company's probably going to move pretty fast now. That's assuming it can also find the right tasks, because not every task is a task for a humanoid. A lot of tasks will be faster with industrial robots and just conveyors and automation in general. So you still have to find the right task for a humanoid. Some people are saying that this is not the task for a humanoid. I don't know. I don't work in logistics, so I can't comment on that too much, but I'd like to hear from actually, I did some of the comments from people working in logistics were impressed with how this is operating. So you're going to hear different opinions from everybody. Some people say this is the exact task for a humanoid. I think it's a great task. Some people say no, industrial robots, automation, and conveyors will work faster and do it much more efficiently. But yeah, I think now you're going to see a lot of... So China has like 200 plus humanoid robot companies. America's not even close. Like, in terms of humanoid robots, we're way behind. But this is kind of setting the bar higher because China doesn't really have this type of full autonomy yet. They do have it, but they haven't shown a humanoid working in a live environment like this from what I've seen. This is the first one of its kind. And so, recalibration. Got stuck on the box there. Yeah, so I'm going to be covering all the new broadcasts coming out of China. So make sure to subscribe because I will be covering these. LinkedIn, that's more of my active platform. We reach about 24 million a year over there. I used to be more active on YouTube way in the past, and I'm coming back to my channel after, this is talking 2008. We were at 360 million views, doing quite a bit on YouTube, and stopped using it. All their algorithms change, AI slop, all sort of things. So I just stopped using it for a long time. But I'm active on LinkedIn, so follow me there if you're on LinkedIn, and subscribe here because I'm going to be doing more of these live broadcasts and just comparing the different type of humanoids, robotics, industrial robotics, defense tech, all sort of different things. HBO Silicon Valley's here, yeah. Oh, in case you haven't seen, type in Unitree Mecha. They just unveiled the first mecha robot. Someone inside like this huge type humanoid in a cage controlling a mecha. Yeah, they've had a lot of older ones, but like if you see that thing, this one is a whole nother level. So yeah, we're approaching a new era for sure. I think we're gonna see like humanoids getting larger, stronger, similar to how there are these light drone shows that can come together and make a image in the sky. You might be able to see a sort of what is that one? I forgot the name of that Pixar movie where they all connect and make a like sort of a super humanoid. That could be a potential possibility where they connect and you have this big giant humanoid. Oh yeah, he doesn't pick up packages. They just fall. But it doesn't happen often. And I'm sure someone will just come by and, they'll be the supervisor operating, overseeing all the humanoids, and he'll just walk around the factory and pick all the packages up that fell. And they might put little barricades. They might have different things to prevent them from falling. It'll just get better too. They're gonna once version 4 comes out and the capabilities progress, they're gonna fall less and less, and they'll just create different kind of barricades to protect them from falling out. East with them. I'm not sure what that is. Let me see. Of the same? I don't know. O negocio verificar lucro. Yeah, I think it's way more than 10, 20 packages that fall. I've seen quite a bit. It's not much in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, I'd say less than 100. No habla. Yeah, I don't know if that's Spanish. I was trying to figure that out. I speak Spanish, so and it's not looking. It's looking more like maybe Portuguese. It's kind of a mix between Spanish. Let me see. Things are going to get crazy in a few years. Yeah, Portuguese. Oh yeah, it's going to be... Things are changing for sure. Like, we are the generation that will see robots. Well, depending on your age. All right, just checking something here. We're going to be able to check for the next 6 days. Because it's going to be going on for 6 more days. You know, I hear mixed thoughts on whether this is the job that a humanoid could do, or whether or not there are better ways to do it. It's hard to say for sure. You know, I'm not in logistics, so I don't have too much information on that. I work specifically in construction. From looking at it, I think it's it looks good to me, because not only that, but you don't have a stationary industrial robot that has to come down, and it's not versatile. But here you got a humanoid where if you want to put on a different task, you can move it to a different part of the factory and you don't have to lock it down. So there's the versatility aspect of it. Speed, it's kind of slow right now, but it's going to get faster. There are other faster methods for sure. This is probably not the most fast or efficient method to have the humanoid working on it. But if you want that versatility, you know, I think you might have different people having different thoughts depending on your factory. So you might just find a variety of things going on. But yeah, it's only going to get faster from here on out. Like, I could see these getting incredibly fast where you can't even see the hands moving. Sort of like you'll need a slow motion camera to be able to watch it. I mean, think like Matrix, like where it's just moving really fast, just grabbing the packages. I think that's where we're going. And so the costs also need to come down, because $100,000 might be a little high right now. If they have a lease program and you're only spending hundreds or thousands per month, that's probably going to work. So I think it's going to be a case-by-case basis, depending on factory, depending on the operator behind that factory. Yeah, I need to speak to more people in logistics. And I've been reading comments from what people have been saying on my post over on LinkedIn to see what the different opinions are, because it's kind of all over the board right now. Some people think, oh, this is an amazing task. Some people say this is the slowest thing possible. Why would you put a humanoid here? So we'll see. Maybe this is just a practice test case scenario. Maybe this is not exactly what they're planning it to be used for, but it's giving us ideas. And then you have the bipedal versus wheeled humanoids. I think that's going to be case by case as well. Because if you're going to have a factory full of humanoids and they need to be traversing from point A to B, you're probably going to want a wheeled version. It's a good name, Iron Ghouls. All right, take care. Nice talking to you. Oh, there goes a package. I think that's the second one we've seen in, what, 10 minutes? All right, let's see here. I think I need to take a break. Put on some music in the background here. Let's see what I can find. Been streaming for about almost 5 hours now. See, should I put some piano music on, some relaxing music? Yeah, maybe some piano music will ease the Robots are taking my job fear. The minute I said piano music, a bunch of people left. Nobody wants to hear piano, huh? Well, look. Let's see. All right. Put some peaceful piano music on the background. I'm going to take a break here. All right, if you're just joining me here, I've been streaming for about 5 hours, so I'm going to take a break here. Play some piano music in the background, so I'll be back shortly.